Muted. Okay, there we go. Hello, hello. Yeah, so I mean, I think it's been almost like 100 days since the last time I did kind of like an update on where we're at with things. I added in a bunch of features to the game since that point, obviously. A lot of changes, mainly on like how systems are like built. I redid like spells and everything from the ground up. A lot of networking, like a lot of networking changes. I was using I was using replication a little bit too loosely, and it was causing some problems with how much data I was actually sending over the network. So we got that under control for the most part. What else? What else?
You have drawn first blood.
Oh, added the announcer back from Paragon, I think. That's where it came from. But I set it up in a way to where I could swap it out with pretty much anything. What else? What else? Added in some dodge mechanics. Added in something called stances. I'm testing out how that's going to be. Changed how mana is actually given back to the player. Changed targeting. Probably should have written down like pretty much all the changes, but it's hard to remember them all. But I think the biggest swap over was changing how our spells are completely set up here. So what I did from last time, probably the biggest change, is I got rid of like all the inheritance on the spells, and I pretty much had like every setting for how a spell is built just put into like a couple different classes of abilities themselves. Hey, Confusion Wood. Yeah, it's been a long time, yeah. Doing good, doing good. It this stream might be a little, you know, a couple months overdue, but pretty much getting everything set up so I can show it off, I guess. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm good. Just a little bit rusty on the streaming thing. So I pretty much moved everything off of the spells themselves and like removed a lot of variables off these. And what I did was I actually started using components instead. So I made it so I could just pretty much drag and drop a component into a spell, and it will give that spell that functionality. It's kind of weird to explain this. I think it would be easier to show it. So for instance, let's just take our lightning bolt spell, add these components here, and pretty much what you can do is you can kind of script. I guess that's a good way to describe it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a little bit rusty on the streaming part of this. It's been a while, but I think this system works really well so far. Pretty much what you do is you can select like what the ability is going to do, and you can actually make like a handful of abilities really easily by just adding these components into the ability. And depending on what order you have them in is how they'll actually like execute. So this is a projectile, and when it actually hits something, it will cause impact damage. If we go to another ability here, This one I believe is a charge ability. Okay, yeah, so what this will do is pretty much wait for user input. It will charge an ability up, and then upon release, it will do AoE damage, or like an AoE effect. Kind of like this. What else did I add? Oh yeah, multicast. It's so hard to like think of what the last thing I actually showed on stream was, because there's just been so much that's been added. With the mana thing, the way you actually get mana is through auto attacking. That was a pretty big change. I added in like channeling abilities, charge abilities, the multi-location one, which is that fire spell that I just showed. I added in cast times. I think before, the way I had it, this is like 100 days ago. I'm trying to remember how I had it set up previously, but I believe it was all animation based, which felt pretty bad. So I have everything pretty much set onto like timers, so it's very consistent. Actually kind of hard to see it, but there's like a little bar underneath. It's a little blue bar that just kind of grows in the middle of your screen, and that's actually the cast time. Looks like you're ahead of schedule on these front end, on the front end worked. What's troubling you? Just, I think I get a little bit lost in the sauce on trying to do like optimizations. So I just like pre-optimize like way too much. And, I think that's the biggest hurdle.
You have drawn first blood. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, and that's a bug. Yesterday, actually, what I was working on was pretty much like removing destroy from my game entirely. I think last time on stream, how spells were actually made was I would actually spawn them during gameplay, and they would just spawn and then like go. What I do now is I actually do object pooling for everything. So I have a spell pool component that I put onto my player state, and what this will do is pretty much just create like an arsenal of pre-spawned spells for you. And what it will do is it'll look into this pool, see which ones are available, grab it, and allow the player to use it. And then when it's completed, it will just pretty much reset all the values on it, turn collision off, hide it, and then submit it back to the pool. So that has actually saved a lot of cost. Now, obviously the overhead for doing this is like you're allocating a lot of stuff to the heap, but it's definitely worth it in the long run. What else? What else? Yesterday, I actually just did this with the character. So the character itself does not get destroyed. It pretty much just gets reset and then put back into like the next spawn location. So all the components and everything that are on the actual character don't have to get destroyed and recreated again. They just pretty much reset back to their default parameters. You can see that like I was testing out like where to put stuff. and just moving any function calls that were like doubling up on me out of here. One of the weird things I did notice in the like APON default is that they actually destroy the player input component when you like unpossess, which it makes sense, but for what I am doing, there's no need to like destroy and recreate it if I'm just going to reuse the character. So I just like did an override on unpossess and got rid of this function call here. And what that allows me to do is when I possess the character back, if this was already initialized beforehand, I can actually just add in my mapping context. And it will remember all of the keybinds that I initially set in the first like iteration of doing this. Oh, another thing is I think the way that gas, or like the GitHub page for gas actually had you like set up like ability adding and all that stuff. They use like on rep player state or something, which, you know, it works pretty well. But there's actually a really cool override you could do on the on, which is on player state changed. And this is actually something that gets called on the client and the server as well. So I pretty much moved everything over to that for all the like local, you know, local character setup. What else? What else? Oh, player state. I've actually been utilizing the player state a lot more than the actual like character class itself. Mainly because this guy here can hold data for a pretty long time. Like say a player gets disconnected and then they reconnect later on. This can actually save all their data during like a disconnection. So when they come back to the game, you still have all their properties saved. So I've actually been kind of leaning on a player state more than an actual character, and I pretty much use like a character as a kind of like a puppet almost. I actually use a very similar system with the components that I did on the spells with the character itself. Let me show you what that looks like. Oh, I did not mean to click build. So when the actual like character spawns in, I don't actually put the components to be constructed within the actual constructor of the character class. I actually do all of this right as the player spawns in. And what this allows me to do is I can pretty much use the same like character for everything, and then for the different like parts of the or different maps that the character spawns in, it can have different components that it needs for that map. So for instance, like the base character, I think I listed it as components. Yeah, so I have this components to add list, and I can just add in like this casting component, special effects component, clash tree, equipment. So these are all components that would be needed during gameplay in combat, right? But if we go to like the lobby character, we go to components. I have like the special effects, and then like an interaction component, and then a widget interaction component. So these are things that would be needed just for, you know, UI interaction stuff, not for combat. The whole like component thing is actually kind of based off of how gameplay effects work in the 5.3 and beyond, because they use a very similar system when you're creating these. That's what these are here. Which is a really cool idea. And I like how they do this. It pretty much makes it so you can just add specific components to a character or spell or anything. And you don't have to have the overhead of all of the other like variables. Like before, for a projectile, I had like variables to check to see if it was an AoE projectile or if it was just like a single target like impact or something. So we don't have to do any of those any of that like branching in our code now. It's all very, you know, linear and direct on what it does. I also revamped status effects. One of the things with gas that I found was... Let me actually turn this down to just 2 players instead of 3. One of the things I found with gas is it's really good at server-client communication if it's just like 2 players, but if there's like a 3rd player in the lobby, and say I wanted to give like a status effect like this, like it shows player has like a dot on them, shows like the duration, everything like that. If another player were to like attack this character here and try to see like what effects they actually have on them, it's a little bit more difficult to get that information because it's not replicated directly to everybody. So what I did was I created something called a fast array serializer, which allows me to pretty much get like an array of effects and replicate this array to all the other clients in a game. And the reason that this is important, or like the reason that this is even used, is because if you just tried to replicate like a regular array, it would mark the whole thing dirty, meaning that like the whole array has to get replicated to the clients, whereas like with the fast array serializer, it only marks the index or like the item in the array as dirty. So it knows to only replicate that one item. So it saves a lot in terms of like bandwidth from what I've seen. But honestly, you know what the biggest saver of like bandwidth is? Or like any type of performance in terms of networking? Is making sure that you mark dormancy on like any abilities or spells or like anything that does not need to be replicated at this current time. With the amount of abilities that are in my game, like with like 4 characters in the game, we immediately spawn in, I believe, like 70 spells when the game begins. So just using this one line of code, it like reduces the overhead of a network by like 70%, something like that. So this is huge. And understanding like what this actually means, right? I did a lot of research on pretty much like, I guess, best practices of networking, and it's really hard to get information on this that's up to date. A lot of the Unreal Engine documentation for like networking and like best practices is like 4.27 is like the last time they updated anything. One of the major things, especially for like open world maps, is replication graphs. A lot of this is actually from the Lyra's version of a replication graph. And what this basically does is it kind of separates your map into like a grid. And what it will do is it will pretty much know like if objects are outside of the current grid that you're in, it won't replicate them to your client. So if you have like a really large open world, like for instance, like Fortnite is an example of a game that uses this. If you're on one corner of the map, it's not going to replicate anything happening on the other side until it becomes relevant to your character, or like you get closer to that grid. Ashes of Creation also uses something like this, and they have a really awesome way of doing it, where they actually found a way to multi-thread a replication graph, which is actually something that I've been looking into doing. Is it overkill? Hell yeah. But it's such like a fascinating topic that I've just been spending some weeks testing it out. It's not in this project that I'm doing that, it's in another one, but it's pretty cool. What else? Kind of rambling about like all the stuff, but guys, there's like so much shit that was done. It's hard to think of it all. Oh yeah, I also like did like an override on a lot of these base class variables, so they just don't replicate anymore because I don't need them to. Gameplay abilities, let's talk about that. So this is kind of like misleading like a little bit. So there is replication policy, right? And in the documentation, they basically said that this just does nothing at all, which isn't entirely true. What this actually allows is for your abilities themselves to replicate variables with get lifetime replicated props, right? What this essentially does is it adds your abilities to something called the replication array. I think it's the no replicated instanced abilities array, something like that, which is something that gets called on your ability system component. I can actually show that right here. It's called inside replicate subobject. So if we go to the super of this, so inside here, yeah, right here, get replicated instance abilities. When you mark a gameplay ability as replicate yes in the replication property, this is actually what gets called here. So you're able to replicate variables on your instance abilities. The word instance is like pretty crucial here, because if you have like execution only and then they kind of get this discarded afterwards, this would not work for it. There's actually like only one thing I'm replicating on this, which is just like attribute data for the ability itself, which is like a whole other system that I would have to get into. What else? Oh, tutorials. That's another thing. A lot of UI updates. One of the things that I really wanted to focus on was making the game a little bit more clear on like what you need to do. So I added a feature where you can actually hover over the UI and actually gives you like accurate information on the current state of the ability. We have like a skill tree and everything that's in the game that will increase these variables. Like right now this says like it creates an area of fire on the ground for 8 seconds. Well, there are skill tree upgrades that you can do that will increase this by like X amount of seconds. So this actually gives like accurate information on the current like damage or like any type of like attribute an ability would have. I also have this thing that like plays like a little clip showing like what the ability does. Just because visuals are pretty nice to have. So this whole system runs off of... Yeah, where did I put that? I think it's in types. This was something I worked on a while ago, actually. I can't remember exactly where I put this. I don't think it's passive info. Oh no, it might be. Yeah, so this is where all the skill tree data is. And there's a little bit of it. This is pretty much like all the back end for, I say back end, but not really. But this is like the inner workings of how the skill tree displays data. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so that code pretty much fuels this, which this is actually, this isn't like pre-created or like pre-set up. This is actually generated based off of a data table. So all you have to do is like just create rows, and it will just create it by a, you know, a row 3, row 4, and it just kind of staggers on from there. All the data that's actually in this is set from variables within the data table itself. And these all affect pretty much like attributes and ability damage and everything like that. So I pretty much built a system that is, I guess, universal in a sense. It's not like a lot of development happening right now on stream, but I feel like it's important to kind of show this stuff. This is basically what the data tables look like. So I could change values on this and it would update within that actual table. And then the damage itself would update in-game as well. So you can pretty much create any type of status effect and then link it to an ability or like an attribute or something. And it'll increase it on the player. Same thing with this here, which this is just a giant thing of attributes. And did I break the thing? Probably. I actually haven't tested this table in a while. Oh yeah. Well, that worked before the refactor. I actually haven't tested it since, so it's only justice that it doesn't work now. What else? What else? Can't think of it all, fortunately. But yeah, reduce the amount of inheritance. Pretty much used components for everything. And now we're pretty much recycling everything too. Nothing is getting destroyed. Everything's pretty much just getting reused. And that will greatly reduce the amount of fragmentation our game has. So pretty much all good things. What I wanted to work on today was spawn points, because right now there's a really weird bug with detecting like the best spawn point to pick for the character. And I noticed this the other day during playtesting, but just haven't really jumped on it. Let's actually go to the map. Oh, actually, before we do anything, let me get this out of the logs. There was something happening with the death animations that was driving me nuts. Still haven't fixed it, but we're a lot closer. The hell's that function name? Here it is. Oh, I'm also using the source engine as well. There was like a couple like really annoying bugs that were just driving me nuts. One of them was with chaos physics. But going into detail on that would probably just be a little bit too boring. Pretty much had to do with like event dispatchers within chaos physics on like when they like initially broke, it was like triggering a callback or like a delegate call like 30 something times. So pretty much like the whole span of a tick. And at the end of the tick, the event dispatcher would get updated that the notify has been turned off. So it would actually call my delegate like 30 something times, between like 30 and 40 times. And that was really annoying to track down. But we got that fixed. Funny enough, it actually was not a bug in like 5.1. I think it actually, they broke it in 5.2. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe like they had, maybe their idea was like, oh, for every level of a geometry component, we'll call like a notify break, but I just can't see how that makes sense. Hello, gas, really worth the learning curve. It is, but let me tell you, it is a learning curve. The system is really, when you understand it, it's great, but learning it, man, I started about a year ago, and there's still stuff that I'm just finding out about, but for multiplayer specifically, it will make your life really easy. Ooh, let me turn off some of the logs here. Oh, another thing I finally did was fix my logging. So I actually have it dependent.
You have drawn first blood.
Hopefully that's not too loud.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, no, this is the shit that I want to fix right here. So what's happening is it's going through and pretty much looking at every single spawn point that we have. and it's trying to decide which is the best player start for a character. But as of right now, it is having trouble doing so. I think what I want to do is actually have it like kind of draw like a debug sphere or something at each location so I could see like what it's looking at in terms of like targeting, and then have a green one for the selected target, just so we can visualize what it's going through, because right now it's pretty much just gibberish. Yeah, so this is it here. This is for deathmatch, but we are not in deathmatch. That'd be here. Oh, is that only something that's on actor? Hold on. Let me actually just grab it from my component here instead. Raw debug helpers.h. That not included within the game mode. Now I know, like, this is only going to be shown on the server, right? Which is totally fine, since the game mode only exists on the server itself. There we go. Where do we want this to be drawn? We are looking at the current player start. The radius. Probably just do like a 32. And we'll mark this red if they discarded it. But if we have a selected player start, which is what this is here, we'll mark it as green. Another thing that we can do is have it draw a line. Now the reason I want to do this part is because how this system works is it looks at what target, or like what enemy target is the closest to the player, and if it's not within like the minimum range of like distance, not minimum, if it's not within like a certain distance of an enemy player, or with, my fucking god, how do I say this? It has to be like a certain distance away from an enemy before it can actually spawn. So I just want to see how it analyzes that. So we need a line start, line end. Look at current player start, and this here. Now the thing is, like, for this we actually have to make sure that the player state is good. I think this is actually getting triggered because the ID is not valid, but I don't want to crash, so We will mark this. Yeah, just leave it blue. We're gonna see how it thinks. I actually made this like, I think this was probably within like the first 100 days or so of development. I'll tell you what, I think the biggest thing that I've learned in the past like year of like doing this every day is the way I problem solve has probably changed the most. I mean, I used to just like, I used to think I was like hot shit just coming up with all this new ways of doing old tricks, but honestly, like a large part of like my learning is come from just like studying how they have actually developed the source code for a lot of the features in this engine, and it's actually taught me a lot about how to like pretty much set up like any type of like class structure and like what variables you should actually keep. And I think the biggest thing is like trying to do everything in one location is a big no-no. Just like trying to grab data from everywhere and just like bring it all into like one spot and do it. Just like grab so many pointers, just hold them all. Not great. Gets really confusing later on. Oh, I think another thing I also did was I think with like gameplay effects, I used gameplay cues like the tag container or something to store like spell tags, because I was like, oh, I don't have to create like a new container or anything to replicate. I can just use what I have available. But the naming of the container wasn't the same as what I would have named like a spell container. So coming back to that system and trying to debug that was fucking pain in the ass. Alright, so we're gonna kill this guy and we're gonna draw some spheres.
You have drawn first blood. An enemy has been slain.
It recognizes us. Now, if you notice, it did not pick a green sphere, meaning we were not within distance, more than likely. Oh wait, I think I'm actually checking. I'm checking this before I check distance. Why the hell did I do it that way? I should be checking the distance of the target, and if it's not within like the minimum amount, then we skip it. We just don't skip it because the target I'm currently looking at is not. Oh no, never mind. I think the way I did this was, if we had a teammate, it would look to see the which spawn point is closest to a teammate. And that's how it would actually determine the spawn location. I think this is the way I was thinking about this. We gotta actually count for both of those scenarios though. I'm actually gonna spawn in third player here for a teammate, just so we can see if it actually picks up a location, if there is a teammate available. We're just gonna kill off the other player here.
Drawn first blood. An ally has been slain.
So it picked that location, but it didn't draw like any sphere or anything. Which means that the system I created, I guess like half a year ago, not great. Not great at all. Think about this for a second. We want to find a player of the same team. We should probably break this into a different section here. I'm gonna do, comment that out real quick. I'm gonna steal this. So it looks like the way I set this up before was I'm looking at all the player starts. When I have a player start, I'm then iterating through the players within the game. I think a better way to handle this would be trying to, I don't know if I want to create an additional array though like that. So just thinking out loud here, I think a way I handled this before was I actually made kind of like a matrices of teams and players on the team. And then we were iterating through the spawn points that way. But I don't think I want to handle it like that. Right now we just we want to find a teammate and spawn near them. But I think what we should do preemptively is check to see if we even have teammates. And I believe I actually store that data somewhere. Oh no, never mind. It's player starts. What can I use that is available to me now? I kind of want to change this a bit. Yeah. All right. What I'm gonna do here, it's gonna make a copy of this real quick because I'm actually gonna change. I would do this iteration. Because what I'd rather, or what I would want to know first is the current player we're looking at part of our team or not? Excuse me. Just for debugging, I'm going to keep this on a separate thing, even though we could technically store it here. Now, if they are a part of our team, oh, yeah, we can actually use that there. This will basically see, okay, they're a part of our team. Let's try and get the distance, and we'll get the closest spawn point to this person if they make it to this. And basically how this handles this part here is this selected player start is null before this function is called. If we do find a spawn point that's close or within like the minimum distance of spawning to a teammate, it will set it here. And this will just iterate pretty much over all of those. And we'll find the closest one. And if this is not null, it'll break and actually handle the spawning. Actually, I could have put this here. Okay. I think we spawned a little bit too close.
You have drawn first blood. An ally has been slain.
Was able to find 3 points. Found the closest one, spawned it. Nice. But now what we have to do is we actually have to account for if we do not find anybody on our team. So what we can actually do there, or in that case, is probably create like another pointer here of like I'm thinking of like enemy player and then spawning the furthest away from an enemy. And I kind of want to try to do this within the same loop itself. We can kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So we could probably make closest distance spawn point. Then we also want to have like furthest point as well as a backup. we don't care about that, but this is where we care about part here. The end result for both of these is pretty much the same. So if I move this within the loop below, we're still going to iterate over all the player starts to find the furthest point. And then we're going to save that. But again, it should be used as a backup. Maybe in the beginning of the game, I should have something that actually counts the amount of allies that we have in the game. Thinking of like the outside or like the edge cases for this kind of shit is it can get pretty tricky really fast. Oh man. So if I was going to just track the furthest point and allow this to go through, I'd probably just use a boolean that we change. I swear before I was actually tracking that though. This is the problem with actually... Oh, hold on a second. Okay, I was. Team data. Okay. Or am I actually updating this though? Ooh, team data might actually be something used for the arena game mode specifically, not for deathmatch, or team deathmatch rather. Initialize team data. Where are you getting called? Okay, no, we're actually tracking this inside a deathmatch, so it's usable. All right. So what we need to do use team ID here. See if it's a valid index. And make sure the number or team size is greater than 1. Now there's two ways to actually like write this, and they both kind of do the same thing. Or at least like the amount of iterations is going to be exactly the same. But what's important is it will actually dictate how this section of the loop is handled here. So if we have teammates, then if we don't, we have teammates, we want to skip over a player that has a team ID that is different than ours. Current distance. So this is going to look for the furthest distance here. And then we'll update this if we find something that's actually further. Now this might actually end a bit too early though. Because we're only checking one player here and then we're actually doing this all. We kind of do want to check like every player in the lobby. I don't know why I did it this way before. Pretty weird. We don't need a break in here anymore. We actually probably don't even need this, but I'll probably keep it here for debugging. Print these guys out too. I mean, I do have like commits and everything. All this I can look back at later, but it's a lot easier just to scroll down and see how I handled like a past iteration if there's some weird bug comes up. But I think this will work a lot better. try it out. With the other game modes and everything that I'm going to be adding in, I think probably going to change the game mode class entirely at some point. But that's kind of just future pacing. All right, let's see what happens. Come on.
You have drawn first blood. An ally has been slain.
All right, so that works fine. We're gonna go down to 2 players now. And do the same thing.
You have drawn first blood. An enemy has
Should be at the furthest point now. There we go. Weird though that it only hit 2 nodes. I feel like I have more than that. Okay, so another thing, I guess there's like context that's needed for some of this. The way that it's able to know like which point to look at. Wow, that's weird. So the player start tag here, see how this says like 255? I actually use the player start tags as kind of like an ID almost for the teams. This was something that I did originally. I don't know if I'm going to keep this in the future, but so far it's worked pretty well for what I need. So how many nodes do we have here? That's 3, right? Yes. I think I only saw it go over 2 of them, though. Let's go back. Must be skipping over 1. Oh no, what's probably happening is it's not within the distance, so I'm actually going to put a another debug sphere to actually show that. I think that's what's happening. So if we do like an else right here. Mark this as red. I do the same thing. It's a little side note. Now this should actually mark all the nodes. Do you use default Unreal Engine for saving or something like the EMS plugin? I actually have been looking into like creating like a database online to save everything. I don't actually have anything implemented right now, So whenever like the instance of the game actually like closes out, it will just pretty much reset everything back to default. But I have all my data pretty much centralized, so when I do move it over to like a database, it'll be able to store it pretty easily, like SQL. It's just getting to that point because it does cost money to host it online. Been using EMS and it's great for blueprints, but it's got no documentation for C++. Oh, that's everything. There's a lack of documentation for a lot of things C++ related. There we go. Look at that. Looked over every node. That's what we like, and it should go to the furthest one. Sweet. But I feel the pain though. There's so many things that you the only way you can like figure out how they work is not by like going online or asking ChatGPT or something. You actually have to just like go in and like read the source code. Like for game mode, a lot of this code, I just had to read through how the game mode was actually launched and what it went through, or like the stages. To get to this point. And that was a pain in the dick. Dude. I think the worst debugging experience I've ever had was with chaos physics. Like I don't want to get into a rant about it, but just a short summary. So there's like these geometry collection like components, right? One of the things I have in my game is kind of like interactable stuff with like the world. So I have like these bridges, for instance. And these bridges, what happens is when they get destroyed, they will trigger a callback to have the bridge like actually fall, so you're able to walk over it. Now the problem here is trying to reset this thing, right? These bridges have to go back in the same spot, and these pieces here have to like respawn. There's no easy way to do that. All the ways that are kind of like built in, I say built in, just crash the engine. The only way that you can actually reset like a geometry collection component, or like change the rest collection, is by overriding this component here. And you have to go through this process of pretty much removing the old physics state and then creating a new one and then adding it in, which is what this is doing here. So you turn off collision entirely, you get the physics proxy, and you pretty much just recreate it and then put it back. And this isn't like a default thing that's like built in. For whatever reason, they have like this set rest collection, which is something that you can call, but it doesn't do anything. Oh boy, was this time consuming? Dude, you have no idea. It was it was fucking brutal trying to get this to work. Because like, if you do anything where it involves something off of the game thread, right? So anything multi-threaded whatsoever, not GPU, but like CPU multi-threaded. Did I say GPU multi-threaded? That's a whole other thing. CPU multi-threaded. it is a fucking absolute nightmare to track anything like this down. You can't tell, but there's like pain in my eyes. I'm just looking at this again. It's like PTSD, but it works. Or at least I think it still works. They broke something in like 5.2 with this whole feature. But it's a story for another day. Alright, we're getting off track. This is now working as intended, at least for teams, that is. Deathmatch, I think it's... I think there's a pretty bad problem with this too. I think it's actually trying to spawn to the closest point of the enemy, which, not great. So let's actually track this down. I'm gonna use the same thing so we can just get a visual of what's going on here. So the next thing that's like on the agenda is actually dedicated servers. I have like a separate computer that I'm going to use for it that I use for all my other shit server wise. Dedicated servers with Unreal Engine 5. Let's just say that they're power hogs from what I've heard. You need like a pretty beefy machine, and they're single threaded. I want to change that. I'd rather try and make a dedicated server with multi-threads. The idea being is I really want to have like one thread dedicated to processing our spell replication. So that is as snappy as possible. But that is going to take a lot of prep work to get that shit to fucking work. Let's change this over to deathmatch, shall we? Alright.
You have drawn first blood.
Oh, another thing is this fucking animation. Uh-oh. I didn't check for a valid pawn. That's what I get. Or no, I did. What the fuck? $293. Oh, yeah, I didn't check for a valid pawn. Okay. I read this function wrong. Or this if statement. Yeah, so deathmatch is a little weird. I mean, honestly, we could probably just do it this way. For team deathmatch, if we don't have a team, we just look for the furthest point away from a player. Default respawn distance. I don't remember making that. Apparently I did. Why am I checking for this? I'm checking for this here, but I'm not checking for it in the other one, which is pretty weird. Actually, a good thing I caught that. I didn't really think about that. But this wouldn't matter because we won't have a pawn. Technically. Wait. Get pawn may have not... It might not have gotten updated by this point though. I can't remember the order of like possession for this. I think we unpossessed before calling this function. Shift F12, let's see where the fuck this is called. If unpossessed is called before this, then yeah, that would not matter whatsoever. We wouldn't have a pawn in the first place. Oh god, what the hell am I doing? This is post login. Oh, handle player respawn is called on that U function, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here it is. This is on a 2-second timer. Death is called here. So we're setting the player as a spectator. Oh, it depends on the game mode if we're setting it by the player to a spectator. Oh, this is weird. Okay, no, we are calling unpossess. Yeah, so that would not matter. Because this would be null. And then, I mean, to be honest with you, this is pretty much the same function that we're calling down here on this side of things. We have this default respawn distance. I don't remember. Minimum distance that a player can spawn next to opposing team. Do I even change this past its default? Probably not. Okay, so this is strictly like a deathmatch thing. But I think 3200 might be a little much. Probably not though. It really depends, because with like death matches, a lot of players moving around. Probably gonna like lower that to like 2,000 or something. But that's like the bare minimum. It's still going to iterate through and find the furthest point. Just so long as I move this shit out of that. Excuse me. No, that actually be out there. One thing about the source engine is compile times are just so much longer. So if you have crashes, my god, does it take a while? Probably because my processor is old as shit too. I have like a Ryzen 3700. Whenever the next generation comes out is probably when I'll upgrade. All right. Oh yeah, I changed this to 5,000. Jesus. A lot of units. Yo, what's up, man? How goes the progress? Hugging along. It is it's Bugtown. We did play testing, like a really small one. So I'm just like going through correcting all the problems. One of them was a funny UI bug with selecting like your loadouts and stuff. Right now I am working on spawn points, making sure that they are correctly picking. Wait a minute. Let's make, before I kill this guy and it does this iteration, is there any possibility of a crash? No, we covered it. We're good.
You have drawn first blood.
Yeah, the death animation thing also broke. Alright, go through all the nodes, pick one out. Didn't weird. Huh. Let's try this. Get rid of this shit here. Any unforeseen multiplayer? Oh, always. But I encourage people to break the game because I'd rather find it sooner rather than later. There's always something. Also don't need to account for that anymore. How's the progress with your game coming along? Did that object pulling bug go away entirely? Or has it crashed your game? Did absolutely nothing the entire last week. That's okay. We all have those times. Feels bad, man. I mean, dude, you've been pretty consistent with working on it. It's kind of like going to the gym, where like, if you like miss a day, you just don't feel like going the next day. You just never go again. You should work on like a small feature now. Let's clear this shit out.
You have drawn first blood.
There we go.
An enemy has been slain.
Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, it's been a while. About like 100 days since the last one. Working on a lot of stuff. Right now I'm actually just working on spawning. Because there's there've been some pretty bad bugs with players spawning next to each other in a death match. I've become addicted to a new game for the past couple days. It'll probably wear off, but I'll get back to working on stuff soon enough. What game are you playing now?
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, it's picking that node in the back. I'm gonna walk over, kill him, and see if he picks the, the correct node.
An enemy has been slain.
Looking good.
Kill. Killing spree.
Wayfinder. I feel like I've heard of that. Alright, I'm gonna stand in the middle here and see how it handles that.
Enemy has been slain.
There's like a minimum distance it has to go.
Triple kill.
I want to see what it decides on. $12.93. Oh yeah, we're actually not using that minimum distance thing. It might actually, I think the reason I implemented that originally is I was like, we probably don't need to iterate over the nodes that don't have this like that are like under this distance, but thinking about it now, we probably do it anyways. Better to be safe than sorry, because there is like a possibility in the deathmatch game that that criteria might not actually be met, and I'd rather it have a backup to it. So this is a good way to handle it. Dedicated server or listen server? It is a listen server, but it is kind of set up to be both. I've been moving stuff over to get ready to pretty much make a dedicated server for it. One of the ways you could actually handle that is by, if you ever check for like net mode, if you check for less than or equal to NM listen server, it will actually support for listen server dedicated and standalone. The only thing that's greater than NM listen server on net mode is client. So that's just a fun little tip for checking that kind of shit. If I actually had that in front of me, I could show you what I mean. Yeah, like this. If we go to net mode, you can actually see how the enum is actually laid out. Client and max are the only thing that are actually greater than this. Since enums are, you know, numbers represented by names, pretty much. Excuse me. I think we might have that solved. Do I have a debug mode for do? What I'm also going to do is UE shipping build. Shit, I forget the macro. Or is it UE build shipping? No, that does not look. Oh no, okay, it is. Is it a good idea to make different ability as different actor? Then have the pawn spawn on them? Is it a good idea to make different ability as different actor, then have this the pawn spawn on them on clients? Abilities such as attack, casting skill. Oh. Okay, so you're saying like a like when spawning in like spells. Kind of like the player has 9 spells, you want to preemptively spawn them in. Is that what you're saying? Different abilities, different actor, then have the player spawn, and then one of them inclines. Spawn actor from class. Oh, so all of my spells are actually different actors. Yeah, I create I create all my spells ahead of time, so when the game starts, it actually spawns in all the spells I would use, but what it will do is it'll deactivate them and hide them, and then when you're ready to use them, it will grab an actor of that spell type and use it. I have it set up with like a component that pretty much handles all that for me. But I have a like an array of those. Yeah, I preemptively, or I spawn pretty much everything in beforehand. They're all separate actors too. It also looks like this is working now. I actually don't know if these get compiled with the build anyway, so I don't even know if I need this. Can't remember if draw debug actually goes with the build. Can you store different structs in an array? Yeah, you can store custom structs within an array. So I have this custom struct called an here, I think I actually have it. Yeah, so I have a struct called fspell pull list data, and this is the T array of this. Now, with custom structs, you can't have, they can't be pointers to this, right? It actually has to be references. Or it actually has to be the thing itself, like the memory address. The U property macro does not support pointers to custom structs. Where else am I debugging at? I'm actually just going to copy this over. Yeah. I think that is it. The logs automatically don't get included with shipping builds, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I closed out of that, but I actually needed that. So timeline components. What a pain. So, from my understanding, you can add to a timeline component, but you cannot take away, is what I'm seeing here. Oh, and this is replicated too. Interesting. The one thing that, like, digging into this, right? You have a T array of these interp floats, which, I mean, this is what I'm, like, adding to the timeline here, is these guys. And maybe my logic just isn't there. But, this dodge track was not playing before. Come on. Alright, well, this is compiling. I'm gonna go fill my water up. Be right back in like another minute or two. Alright, I'm back. Hello, hello. What are we making right now? We are making a first-person MOBA. Did you create your entire game in C++? Yes. For the most part, everything. Some UI stuff, some UI stuff is made in blueprints. Blueprints are definitely a lot easier to debug in, for sure. But I think like the main reason I made a majority of the stuff in C++ is because I just wanted to learn how to do everything from scratch, pretty much, or like the closest thing to it. So I had the time to do it. What was I about to do? Debugging. Special effects, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Ooh, that was weird. Huh. It looks like the dodge material actually staying on a lot longer than it should. See that? Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because the actual timeline component, I think it's iterating over both of them. The moment I understood blueprints, I ditched coding in C++ and Unreal. I don't blame you. I started with blueprints, but I just fell in love with coding. I don't know, there was something about like coding that just was much more enjoyable to me. But I do agree it's a lot faster to debug and make shit in blueprints. Yeah, look at that shit. I think I have a feeling, just a hunch on what that could be. RPC and blueprint is nice. Yeah, the I mean, all the like RPCs and like replication features in blueprints is really user friendly. Like the fact that like the on rep or like the actual like event dispatcher for like replication, like rep notify, is automatically called for the server as well. Is pretty cool. I mean, it's not too hard to do in C++, but you know, you just have to manually remember to do that. Did I update? I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I did. Okay. Just had to check for my own sanity. I might have to make a separate timeline component for dodge. Yeah, I mean, shit, it works like perfect. It's iterating over both of the tracks there. Is there a way I can... Ah, man. So there's play from start. Like, I mean, a way to do this is to grab the key from the curve itself, or like the actual value for time, and then we can set our playback position that way. But then we run into the problem of, if we use this curve in the beginning, it's not going to stop when it reaches this point. Hey, what's up, man? Damn you, timeline component. Why can't I just like access that array and remove anything from it? can only add. Mental version of torture. Sounds like you discovered League of Legends. I mean, I could make my own timeline component and remove these. It's just so weird that I don't have access to this shit. There's got to be something in here. No way they just made it like that. No access to timeline? So I have one timeline component, and I just want to like get access to this interp floats so I can remove it off of here and swap it out for another one. And maybe it's just a misunderstanding of how this is supposed to function. But my thought process is to just like, I was going to use this timeline component for two different curves that I want to, you know, play over. Also, long time no see. How have you been? Rediscovery of existential crisis. Mental breakdown. Hard to hear that, man. That sounds rough. Yeah, back. It's more like I'm back at this point. Been like 100 days or something since I last streamed. I've just been so locked in. Do I really have to make an override for this? Make my own version of a timeline component? Well, it's a series of events, floats, vectors, colors associated with keyframes. Events can be triggered at keyframes along the timeline, but I can't remove them. That is so weird to me. Like, what does this do? If you have to get a reference to the timeline, it won't. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So they actually have the timeline privated. There's no remove. So from my understanding, it looks like they just don't want people to remove or touch this stuff at all. Isn't that so weird? Wait, is there a public getter for the timeline? I don't even think that matters because the actual array is privated too. You believe we're coming to the end of times quite soon. That can't happen yet. I still need to release my alpha. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. So it's basically like you have to make two timeline components, or you have to like manage playback position. That's when the apocalypse starts. I was gonna say something stupid, but I won't. Are you just trying to replace a flow curve? Yeah, so what I was trying to do was I have 2 tracks that are linked to it, right? And what I found is that if you have two curves added to this, it's going to iterate through both of them. And I'm like, that's not great. So I was trying to see if there's a way I could just swap them out. And like my first thought is, oh, I just like remove the curve off of the track. Oh, you know what another way to do it would be? We can actually just take the float static, this like delegate, and actually unbind and just rebind this. Oh no, but then the curve float is still... Damn. I mean, we could do some like... Nah, that wouldn't work either. If there was like a replace function, that would also be kind of cool. Say the stupid thing, man. I was going to say something about Resident Evil and the apocalypse, being like I should catch up on the games if we're going to be going into an apocalypse. Set float curve that doesn't replace. Ooh, does it? Not current project. So this uses... Okay, you actually might be on to something here. Okay. Float track name. So if we add... Oh, okay. So I see how we can do this now. Okay. Yeah, I was using this version of it here. We could just use this one here, set the track name, just swap it out that way. Good call, good call. I did not notice that. Property name, we can probably just do name one. Track name. Will probably be something we set. You just pulled from the BPNO to see what's accessible. I mean, shit. It's better than the idea that I had. I was about to just override the goddamn component to give me access to it. Like very shockingly accurate. That reminds me of when people were talking about like 2012 and everything. There's actually a kid in my class that dropped out of school because he was so ingrained in it. Can't have a timeline on U objects, only actors, I think. Oh, are you talking about like F timer manager? Like just timers in general? Timeline comp doesn't work on U objects. I kind of want to try that now. I feel like we could make it work. I don't think F-name actually. Yeah, so now we just gotta swap it out. Oh, why don't you like that? Curve F on timeline float. Oh, can't be a float static. So it's gonna have to be a U function. That is so weird. Has to at least be a child of an actor. Own simplified version of gas for abilities or U objects, but I can't add timelines. That's fucking weird. So I also use like U objects for like components and stuff. I've gotten timers to work on it, but timers are weird where like I use like a lot of lambdas, and for whatever reason timers and lambdas don't like each other if you use the U object as a weak pointer for a lambda. It just doesn't work. Like the callback doesn't happen. I don't even think it actually even starts the timer itself. It goes into pending and then just kills it. Predicted competing over buildings increase. That just sounds like the world just repeating itself. I wonder why. Like it's the same type of like entry, but I have to use like a U function based callback. I know technically like static is not supposed to have pretty much like anything really attached to it. Maybe that's their thought process. Oh, can I make my own event? Damn. I thought I could for a second. I want to just override it. People competing over tall buildings. I feel like that's a, like we're running out of space. More than like a competition thing. When will you become a developer in the game Outlast Trials? I don't know if I ever will. Increase of perjury. People become dumber. I feel dumb looking at this timeline component. So if we set this here, yeah, it actually has to find the track first. Oh, we can kind of cheese this actually. Does track name get a default when it's constructed? It doesn't. They're smarter than me. They thought of that. Damn. What I was going to do was, if their default constructor just set it to name none, I was just going to use name none as the lookup. Shit. But it's actually U property. Does U property initialize F names as name none? It's so weird that they're setting this as null when this automatically gets set as null. This anyways. Maybe it's just older code. People will disobey their wives and parents. That is a very specific list. You know, I'm spending a lot of time looking at this, and I probably could have just did the override in like 5 seconds. Yeah, fuck it. Where is my components? Layer. Let's see what we need here. I just need to get access to the actual array. And then we're good. Now that I'm thinking about it, I may have been able to just make a timeline myself and use it instead of making a component for it. How long is this list? Oh, damn you. It's privated. So they have timeline component.h, but then the actual CPP is just timeline. Naming is pretty weird. Just 2 more. That's a lot of stuff to remember. Yeah, they're like really strict on what you have access to here. It's almost like they don't want me to do what I want to do. Which makes sense. Do I just tick this shit myself? Because, I mean, what I could do is pretty much just like take this function and use it. Actually want the static version of this. They're not, oh no, okay, this is. What do you require? Nothing, it is just a function call. I don't think we have to worry about animals talking anytime soon. I just want to see how it goes through the... Yeah, sorry, this is just like a little bit of studying. I want to see how it actually handles this. Because we're setting this inside that array. I just want to see where it takes it. It looks like there's a handful of different ways that you can actually do this. Where is that tick function? Tick timeline. Thing. Delta. So this basically is just looking at the delta, making sure that the new position is not greater than timeline length, and then it's just calling a set here. If it's finished, then it's executing our static functions or our callbacks. So this set playback position is pretty much the main. There's a lot that goes into this. Because this is getting called pretty much every single tick. And what this is doing is it's looking to see if there are... it's looking inside like 3 arrays on tick. Which, I mean, these are going, like, they're going to be empty. But it's checking. Saving old position here. I actually never really looked this much into timeline components. Honestly, we could cut out a lot of the this shit and just override our actor component tick, and then just shut that on and off when we need to do this like our iteration. It might actually save. It's not going to save that much, I mean, to be honest, but it'll allow us to implement what functionality we need. Let's go ahead and do that, shall we? It was just as possible for any of the others to happen. I can't even like fathom that amount of time. Is this Oh, is this for blueprints? Yeah, we do not need to call the super version of this then, because there's nothing on blueprints inside this. What we can do here is, before we were calling like play from start, but I mean, if we just swap this out, this. You watched a psycho. Oh man, self-diagnosis. Oh yeah, we actually have to track position and time. We can actually save a little bit of instruction time. I actually think this gets automatically done for us anyway. Another thing that we need to know about is what the end time is. There's a way to grab the last key inside the timeline. Float curve eval. Yes, we want to get the keys and look at the last one. Oh, we actually have access to curve right here. Oh no, we don't. It's privated. Wait a minute. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no shot. Hey, what the fuck? Generated U class body. Does that macro just like put a public there? man hired a hitman for around $140,000. Sounds like a smart man. He's gonna avoid paying the bill. This is what we need. Now is keys public? Is. Last key. Time. We'll actually just make 2 values here, so we only have to set this in the beginning. Hired a hitman, $140,000, 7 hitmen. Oh my god, that's crazy. I mean, at some point, you know, they gotta figure out what's going on. There's no way that they just don't talk to each other at some point. That's crazy. We actually don't want to, we do not want to return here. If we reach the max time, what we're going to do is turn off our timeline and then just set this to its max value. Yeah, a North Rock stream. Been a while. We could probably actually just turn our tick off here. I actually think I have some functions for on complete. Rest got executed, last one got life in jail. That is a real story. I believe it. A lot of corrupt shit that goes on. This is the function that we need to call. Ooh, this is actually kind of awkward. Does it matter if we call this beforehand? Yes. You're going to get rid of the timeline entirely here. We'll just regulate this ourselves. I always thought that it was an unlucky number to begin with. So we don't need to do any of this binding or anything now. I actually completely forgot about this. Let's check that here. This is getting kind of ugly, but we'll move it afterward. Pretty much just want to get it to the point where it was working exactly how it was before. I think we're almost there. Alright. Oh, this shit can go away too. We actually do not need our tracks either. I think that might be it. What you're gonna do here is print out the times. How we compile. How many children do you have? The interviewer asked, how many wives do you have? My God. It's a lot of mouths to feed. Shit. Hold on, gotta cancel build. Here we go. It is a really good thing that I caught this before we tried to debug. My God, that would have been terrible. I mean, this is probably one of the first things I would look at, but I'd rather not have this be a problem right off the rip. Ah, this is my favorite stream. Thank you. When are you gonna start programming, kid? What is your profile picture? Soon? That's what Liam says too. It's a massive family. Oh shit. Yeah, I did that override. I actually want to get rid of that. I'm not gonna need it anymore. So, east file. When are you gonna start? When are you gonna start programming, kid? Soon. You know you say that, right? But I've been asking you almost every day. I somehow knew that's where that joke was going. I don't even know how he makes the time. He must have like every hour of the day to do whatever he wants. You know, you keep telling me soon, but I don't think it's actually going to be soon. People usually pay money to get lessons for free, and I'm willing to teach you. Had a great time cleaning your car out today. Life's just so great. Oh, wait. Which car? Wait, who made you clean that out? Oh, the Camaro? It's been a while since I drove that. That's pretty funny. Said I was coming to get it. I don't even know what was in there, dude. It's been a while since I drove that car. Hello, hello. Long time no see. How's the game coming along? Pretty good. Right now we're actually just testing some stuff out and fixing some things that broke along the way. It's almost been a year at this point. I think last time I streamed was like 100 days ago. Uh-oh. $982. I say it's coming along good and immediately it's a crash. Like clockwork. Where did it say? 982. That is strange. It actually should not be going. Also, where are my variables? Yeah, I don't even know how that got called. Weird. I don't even think you can drive it, dude. It doesn't have tags. Nice try, though. N04 got called. Super weird. Try this again. I wonder if I did like an override in the blueprint to have tick start. So like my constructor actually isn't, like it's not listening to it. Only 2 places this can start. Both check to make sure that materials are good. He was in the back seat? Dude. There's no way in hell he could fit back there. I doubt that. That man's too big. Those bucket seats are not comfortable. Alright, before we start this up, I'm actually going to take a look and see. If there's like an override on these parameters inside the actual blueprint itself. I don't think there is, but you never know. What else do we have to do today? Fix that. Working on the timeline shit now. Oh, yeah. The status effects sometimes are not being applied. Or what I should say is the UI is not actually being applied. Oh fuck. Almost. Gotta make sure that don't have any overrides here. In there. Ain't that some shit? Why the fuck? Why is it calling start there? Also, why are we not checking for this before we call this? no, that's stop. Oh, when we call stop, we update it right there to 0. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. About to get his license. Gonna get a used one for Christmas. Liam can't afford to pay the gas. Just gonna be honest with you. The thing is expensive to fill up, which is why I like left it for which is why I got another car to drive daily. Dude, I mean it takes like the highest octane that it. Not for that. Takes the highest octane. That bitch is like $80-$90 to fill up entirely. Crazy. But we figured out what was causing the crash. So now it should work. Trying to help me find some bugs later. I gotta do some balancing actually. Some abilities just don't do enough damage. I feel like the I gotta like dictate like the time to kill for the game on average. Because right now it's a little bit too high, which is fine. But even if like you're like a really bursty class and you have like your attributes set up that way, it still takes like a little bit. So I gotta find a better balance for it, because I want my I want time to kill to be like less than 10 seconds. Right now I think it's like 13, which is pretty high. Okay, there we go. My guy might be invisible. Whoa. Did not want to run that. Not trying to open up C-Make. it's called... Wait, what? It's calling post-death recycle. No, that should not be happening. Oh, damn it. I had them swapped. Yeah, should be okay now. I was like, that makes no sense as to why we would be calling that. Come on. One thing I just don't like about the source engine is any type of compiling, whether it be live coding, which I don't use too often, but in cases like this I do, or just like compiling from Visual Studio. God damn, does it take forever. Should be working just fine now. What I also want to test is the death sequence as well. Oh. I realized? We're not... You're actually not resetting that. Cool.
first blood. An enemy has been slain.
That was weird. What's up? This actually doesn't matter. That's pretty weird. So it was able to swap, but it just didn't work. I gotta be honest, I have no idea. I don't follow that stuff like that. I kind of stay in my own lane. Oh, that's actually something we should check too. What is the max time on that? 3 seconds.
You have drawn first blood. An enemy has been slain.
That is misleading. "2013 are the first year of brain-rotted kids." What? Oh my god. That is a crazy take. So I'm assuming this function's just not getting called. Just using Shift F12 to kind of track down where this is being used. That's crazy. Well, I mean, you're kind of like growing up besides them, right? So I guess you have a better like look on it. That's a crazy take. Alright, where are my goddamn tags at?
You have drawn first blood.
Ooh, that tag should be applied right now.
Has been slain.
But it is not. Yeah, this is where it should be happening. Right here. Johnny D streams. It should definitely be getting applied. Oh, am I just an idiot? Yeah, I think so. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, God. Well. Oh, we're calling, we're calling unpossess here too, though. So if that's the case, like get pawn. Oh no, actually that doesn't make any sense because we're still playing the Niagara effect, are we not? It's facts.
You have drawn first blood.
Yeah, it is. I'm not calling this from like any other point in my code. The weird part. But the thing is, the character is not like ragdolling either. So that's what's just like throwing me off right now. Like if I press like Shift F12, I should only be calling this from like one spot. Oh, hold up. What the fuck is this? Not called anywhere. That's cool. Just gonna clean that up.
You have drawn first blood. An enemy has been slain.
It is getting called. Wait, tick is happening here. Calling once and shutting off. Okay. Do I believe you? I'll take your word for it. Hello Ash, how are you? There's gotta be some weird reason why it's shutting off immediately. Doing good, just doing some debugging. Oh shit. Just let it compile. I did change like a function library, so it makes sense. Did you ever catch Pikachu? A strange feeling that the tick function is just running in the background permanently. I think if we set the value to 0 before we even start the function call, that would probably solve our problem. I really want to know why tick is running. I could print out the current tickable components.
You have drawn first blood. An ally has been slain.
Yeah, look at that. Why is it at 3 already? Before this is even here. I'm gonna commit a sin here, but for testing purposes, so it's fine. I feel like this shit is actually just running. I'm just here to clown on Unreal. Dude, I'm clowning on it right now too. I think my tick function ran away from me. Even though I told it to stop like 10 times. Alright. Let's see.
You have drawn first blood. An ally has been slain.
It is doing what it's supposed to be doing. So it's not running away on me. Am I just like not calling the correct function? These are all getting set. You gotta love it. Oh, I was about to lose my shit. I thought I was just passing in the max time permanently, but I'm not. Current timeline position. This all looks correct. Let's see what value it's actually printing out. Excuse me. I think the hardest part is just like waiting for it to compile. There we go.
You have drawn first blood. An ally has been slain.
It is getting that value. So the only real possibility at this point is our materials are not being set on the character. Weird, because we haven't changed the order of that. All right, I'm gonna fill my water up again, then we'll jump back in and see what's going on. Damn function here. Something's happening. All right. BRB. All right. You know what I also noticed? Our character is actually not even like falling over or anything either. Let me try something.
You have drawn first blood. An enemy has been slain. You have drawn first blood. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, okay. It's a listen server problem. Got it.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. You have drawn first blood. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, that's fun.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, so... Ugh. This is a weird bug. So we know it's running. I'm gonna get rid of these logs for tick because they're pretty noxious. I think the weirdest part is that the Niagara system is attaching to the pawn and like playing, but nothing else actually is. Because usually if it's like an issue like this where it's like server-side problem, it's usually because like a rep notify gets called and it's not called on the server. You just gotta track down where it should be called, put it in, but like it's getting, like it's happening. It's just the second part is not. Which means that this is possibly not an... No, because that would come up there.
You have drawn first blood. An ally has been slain. have drawn first blood. An enemy has been slain.
It is starting on our server, which we kind of already knew. Weird that the simulate physics is actually not working either. Oh my gosh. Did you trip or something? I wonder. Oh god. That sounds really uncomfortable.
You have drawn first blood.
Oh, that's it right there. I think I found the problem. Set player defaults getting called. I know where it's at. Trying to prevent it though. That must be getting called during unpossess. Or when we make the target a spectator. Gotta be a reason. All right, so there's a slight complication with how this part gets handled, because we could check to see if there is like a die tag, or like if the character has like a state that they're like dead, but that would only work on the server. Reason being is because there's a delay between when the player is going to receive an update that the die tag was removed, and I don't know if that happens quick enough here for it to work, but we can try it. I mean, another way to do this is like we look through unpossess and see if that function call is happening, and if so, we just override unpossess and stop it. I think it happens in set player state, actually. Yeah, like literally right here. I could probably just comment these out, and it would fix it entirely. We technically don't need them. Oh, I mean, like another way to do this is to do that. We shouldn't be setting player defaults if we have a null player state anyways. There's like multiple ways to do this. I think I'm just going to comment out the that player state shit, because we're just going to be reusing the actor anyways. think it just uses like a regular T object pointer, not like shared, so it's not like we're going to be keeping something in memory. What are you even saying? Is that like lyrics to a song or something? Sounds like it's your most favorite song.
You have drawn first blood.
That was it.
Enemy has been slain.
That was it. Alright. What we can do... Put a note there to remove that. Let's go to unpossess. Take this out. Stop that call from happening. I want to just double check to make sure. I believe this gets called somewhere else too. Yeah, okay, it does. I am not listening to that song. I refuse. That might be your favorite song, but it is not mine. Have I heard it before? No, and I don't want to.
You have drawn first blood.
We're in business.
An enemy has been slain.
Now there is a blinking that happens on the client, actually.
An enemy has been slain. Ally double kill.
Ooh, that's weird.
You have drawn first blood. An ally has been slain.
I don't think our onRep function's getting called because we're not actually setting our player state to null here. Which is causing that problem with the UI. I think changing it back should be okay because we're checking for a null player state before we call set player default. And if it's null, it will not reach this point now. Did I make a hotkey to call the live coding rebuild? Yeah, it's I think by default it's Control Alt F11 F11. Lower the music? Yeah, I could do that. Is that any better?
You have drawn first blood.
Yeah, no problem.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, there we go. UI's working.
An enemy has been slain. Ally double kill. An enemy has been slain.
I think that was the only bug that we were trying to fix with this.
An enemy has been slain.
What am I doing today? Well, I guess so far I fixed a lot of bugs with some game mode stuff about players spawning in too closely to enemies. Fixed some UI stuff. Just fixed up some like death animations and dodging. What else did we do? Might be it. It's hard to remember. A lot of it's like a lot of network stuff or networking. Probably my microphone. Can't tell if that fixed it or not. But the weird thing is, right? Oh, you think it's the music crackling? I think it's some weird thing with my microphone. Does it happen only when I talk? Oh, it's happening even now. That's so weird. I had that happen once or twice before. I can't figure out what the cause is. Now it's gone, you said? That is so weird. Thank you for actually mentioning that, though. I think the next thing that we're going to tackle is status effects. There's like a really weird problem with status effects when a spell hits multiple players. Like it's not replicating the effect over to them. Oh, I'm using gas. I just modified it a bit. Yeah, this is it here. I modified it a bit just for like certain things, mainly like UI related. Oh, I gotta add that to my team 255. That's gonna be another one I fix. Should be replicated by the get-go. It is to a certain extent. There are like certain things that will replicate to everybody and other things that won't. So this, it's applying a status effect. You can see how like the actual status effect is on the character on the left here when it hits, but it's technically applied to the one on the right too. It's just not showing it. Actually, I gotta change some of my filters. We're kind of done debugging some of this stuff here. All right, let's go into that's just our base widget. This is what we need. Actually, I haven't really dug too deep into this this bug, so it might be something really simple, but yeah, I just don't know off the top of my head. Okay, so it creates 2 alert widgets. This would be correct, but some of them aren't shown. How are you applying the effects? Sphere collision, sphere trace. So it's actually through a box trace. So like this giant like AoE here. It'll hit everything within like the radius, or within like the zone that's actually shown there. So it just grabs like overlapping components of object type pawn and then applies the effect. So I'm looping through only actors of pawn capsule components. So if you look here, it actually did show up on the server side. It's just the client side that has a problem with it. So it's more than likely something with how the delegate is initialized. Yeah, so the way the client side function works is through, well, here I can kind of show. Where are my types? Status effects. So it's through like a fast array serializer of pretty much just like what the effect is, and then when the post replicate add happens, it will trigger a delegate broadcast for the actual status effect. And the way it works is these are bound onto the like indicators that are above like the players' heads. So it'll receive what status effect is and the actual like data, so like duration, tag, everything, and then display it. I actually did not look for... Let me see how post replicate add should be getting called twice here, if not more. Yeah. Printing out the gameplay tag using a not a string inside the text literal is not great. I've tried login for each player if that data gets actually sent and called. So I actually just stepped into like debugging this particular problem about like 10 minutes ago. I do have like a bunch of logs for that. I'm kind of just going through the step by step of like making sure that each like phase of it is actually happening. Oh no, you're good, you're good. I mean, I would do the same thing. Because I mean, like it's like sound logic. Like the questions you're asking make a lot of sense. So this is getting called. Now, Shift F12, let's follow the trail of the actual broadcast, and then we'll see if this is being received on the client side. So ability widget is the person that is being hit by the status effect. That's like their local UI, so that's not like the indicator. That's just like their HUD. The status effect widget is the actual like indicator itself. It's this function here. So if we go here, I actually got to clear out some of this logging. Looks like a little bit more clear here. Yeah, so the only reason, or the reason I'm using this fast array serializer is because gas, like replication, from what I've seen, is it will replicate the data of the status effect to the person receiving the effect, but all other clients within the game don't get that data unless you use like a fully replicated game mode, or if you use fully replicated gas, which I don't need that much. The data that I'm going to be replicating is pretty tiny, so I just made my own like serializer for this specific thing. Okay. Did I not comment that out? Weird. Okay. Try that again. Oh, that might be the local UI creating this. In status effect data, current status effect duration is less than or equal to 0. Oh. I don't know about that one. So that could be where it's where the problem is. Now, how would that even be possible? Post replicate add. Let's see here. Duration 4 seconds. So all that's good. Let's look at the package data that's being sent. I actually... Looks almost like the duration isn't getting through the delegate, maybe? Yeah, so I think... So this system before, I'm going to be honest, I made it a little bit overcomplicated in the beginning, and I kind of dumbed it down, because like maintaining it was just like was taking more time than like the cost would of like sending like a 1 byte packet over the network was worth in like the trade-off. So I'm using this like custom struct to like send this down, this applied status effect handle, and I think I'm just gonna say like screw it, and I'm just going to send down the actual item itself in the broadcast. Because it's just silly to do it any other way. Like, I'm gonna print out the status effect, like what we're loading into this. I just want to see what the duration actually is in this thing. But yeah, I think one of these is getting lost. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna send a gameplay tag over the network because they like translate that into like a uint16 or something. I'm just gonna send over like a uint8 and just save myself like 1 byte of like bandwidth or like package size for the network. It's like, it's just so dumb. Like over optimizing for the smallest thing that makes. All right. How many players am I planning to have all at once? I'm really trying to shoot for like around 20 on like a larger scale map. But I want to see if I can push it to 32 at some point. Would you look at that? $20 then 1 byte might actually be worth it. Yeah, that's what I was like thinking. And I was just trying to think of like, I was trying to think of other ways to just like form data into like a single byte or like a uint16 or something, because like a uint8 can hold like 8 different booleans. So I was thinking if the amount of status effects that I have in the game is not larger, or is not like a giant list of like over 200, which it might get to, I was just going to use like one of the bits in a uint8 as a boolean and just like shift it. Yeah, I kind of reached that point where I'm just like, I'm just not even gonna bother optimizing for the future when I don't have like a set budget, or I don't see like the negatives on the network side of things yet. Yeah, so it's receiving 0. Oh my god. Wait a minute. think I found it. Oh no. See you in a second here. Not too much, but I think I may have found where the problem may be. So, I was getting the player's ping in milliseconds, but I may have multiplied instead of divided. Whoops. I was like, oh yeah, I could just account for like, I'm just gonna account for the timing and just like knock that off of the duration for when they finally get the packet of info. So yeah, I'm not gonna bring that one up again. True. Still saved 1 byte. Mm-hmm. I like looked at that and I was like, wait a minute, I'm getting the milliseconds. Why am I multiplying by 1,000, not dividing? I was like, oh, that's probably why. It's not actually coming up. Like it's showing on the server, but it's not showing on clients, so it's just some form of communication that the clients are receiving. That's the problem. Beautiful. Look at that. When errors or problems are one sign or one letter, it's the worst. Oh yeah, dude. Just the tiniest thing. Because like, it's not something you're gonna notice by just like glancing through the code. You'll be like, oh, what could it be? And it turns out it's just you used the wrong symbol or the wrong sign in your math, and this causes a major problem. Like this right here, I'm printing out the gameplay tag, but I'm using I instead of S, so it's not printing out the actual string of the gameplay tag. Oh, while I'm here, actually, the status effect has the incorrect color. Actually, hold on a second. check for owner ID. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good one. We just need to go to the ability widget and change this real quick. What was that function called? Satisfact icon border. At this when we first initialize. Right here. I don't think we actually need to grab the tags anymore. Rid of that. All right, let's test it out. If there's anything that I like really wanted to read, it's this whole widget. But it would just take so much. There's like certain things on here that are like pretty good, but a lot of it be easily switched out. Something that works better. I think the most notable thing is how we're handling cooldowns, like visualizing those. Not like too great. I think the one thing with the gameplay ability system, like out of the box, a lot of the functionality for it has you like iterating through like all your active or activatable abilities to like find the one that you want to activate via like a gameplay tag and then use it. And when you have like, you know, more than like 20 abilities, like you're just calling that function over and over and over again whenever you use the thing. And I think that's just like super inefficient. I mean, to be honest with you, it's probably not that bad though. I think it probably takes longer for your prefetch to get the array than it does the actual iteration process through it. I also think I might be allocating like way too much shit to the heap when the game starts up. I really have to start using soft references, and I think what I'm going to do is start gatekeeping class trees in my data tables with soft object pointers. Just so we can selectively load in which class trees are going to be utilized during the game, because eventually there's going to be like a dozen or so classes to choose from, and loading in all of that information would just be insane. Alright, so a change that we did here was we made it so the borders now correctly display that an enemy puts an effect on the player. Because before we were just going by team IDs, but 255 means no team. There we go. And what it was doing was it was checking to see
You have drawn first blood. An enemy has been
it was just checking
slain.
255 versus 255, or if it was equal to. Oh, that's a bug. The border around the player should not be blue. We're at full mana. Ugh, that's part of the actual like UI thing that I said that I would totally redo. So I think one day, in the next coming week or so, I'm gonna deconstruct it and show you how to make a better UI with materials instead of like images and shit. I can't imagine. I'm probably gonna profile it, just to show like a before and after. Yeah. That's what I've heard. So with data tables, if you have like, if you're referencing like another data table, or like asset, for instance, you can just store it as a soft object pointer and use it that way, and then like load it in when you want to call it. Another huge thing And like, I'm not a UI person. Like, obviously it's not that great, but the UI that I have is probably really fucking expensive. So I'm probably going to tear it down and rebuild it, and show you how you can save like a ton of frame rate by just using materials instead of like images and shit for animations. Because oh fuck, I didn't mean to hit play. We go to my widgets. This is like a massive, it's like a massive widget that I have here. Like, it has a lot of layers to it. Whenever like you have an animation that like changes color or something here, it has to like redraw the whole widget. So just changing these images out, instead of playing animations, if we just have like a material that just changes or shifts color instead, it would be a massive performance boost in terms of like UI. If I just like changed everything that was doing that for that type of system, it'd be a lot better. But this thing's like a goddamn like beast of UI elements. I gotta move it all out. Definitely getting a little bit crazy. Ugh. I just shudder looking at it. Oh man, what else is on the list? More. Oh, it's just some more stuff with status effects. Oh, we did that one. Or timeline special working. Yep. That's probably the Tempest indicator widget is not working when seamless travel happens. It works in combat or in our combat area. Oh, that sounds terrible. Ugh. To be honest with you, I might call it here. And then, yeah. I'm not going to say exactly which day I'm going to be streaming again, because who knows. Would I like to stream tomorrow? Yeah, I would. Will I? Possibly. Really depends on what I'm able to do, because there's a playtest that's going to be coming up soon. And I just need to get a lot of shit ready for that. But yeah, I might call it here. Wherever you are, have a great morning, evening, afternoon, or night, and till next time. Peace.